It is time to begin. That's one big ass GIF. What's up, Dura? Happy Friday, man. I'm streaming at like the opposite time that I normally do. I'm gonna try and mute when I cough. I'm still coughing a little bit. Happy Friday. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how I'm gonna actually implement this into the game. Because if I save out just like the sprite sheet for it at 480 by 270, it's like 3K. It's a big ass file. So I'm thinking it needs to be a video. So I'm trying to figure out how I can do that. Made a 1920 by 1080 GIF, but then I'm trying to load it in Adobe Rush so I can save it as a MP4, but it's says it's too big. That's what she said. Real problem here. So what do I do? What do I do? What do I even do? This is tricky. You've been playing a ton of Baldur's Gate 3? I haven't played it yet, no. But Baldur's Gate 2 is definitely one of my favorite games. And I was glad to hear that in BG3 that at some point they have some nod to like Jaheira and Minx. Just kind of nice. Game is so good. Yeah, any game where you can do it with a bear, of course it's a great game. Seems like they took a long time to release it. Which was like, they just took the time needed to like make it good. Oh, that's why. So if we export as a GIF, we go to 400% here. We can do this. Okay. Derp. That is an option. You can also let a mind flayer get his tentacle all up in you. It's obviously necessary. Here we go. This time you will work. So my theory is if I convert it to a video, it'll definitely be a smaller size. So let's see how big this video is. It is not real. Viped, everything's real. What are you talking about? Nothing is fake. All right, so I made it into a video here in MP4 and well, if I put it up to HD, it's 4,846. So it looks like we're stuck with just the original sprite sheets. What's up, Tesla? How you doing? Hello. Happy Friday. So let's try to get it into the game. I guess we're just gonna have to preload it and deal with it. Oh, let's make sure we close some of these programs. I'm getting a little bit crazy here on the computer here. Tesla, I will answer your question in a second. Is this animation for the game? Yes. This is the game over screen. When you die, this is what you see. Still going to be coughing periodically. I do have some tea here, hopefully to help. But I will try to mute it so no one has to hear it. Close this, close this. So cool thing, yesterday I finished a pretty decent pass on the theme song. And we could give it a listen if you guys wanted, but I kind of want to wait till it's a little bit, like, till it's part of the, I have like the title screen. Like have it all to like put together. But yeah, I like finally put together the theme song for the game. I had like written it on piano and been like jamming it here and there, created a bunch of like random riffs, and I finally got it into FL Studio and put it all together. Let's see, init textures. Let's see. I want to see what it's like to have this 32K thing in memory. Hopefully it's something I can just hold in memory. It looks really clean, thanks. Yeah, I mean, it took like a whole stream a while back. Just decaying all the, slowly pulling apart the images into dust. So we're gonna be first try to get the game over sprite in, and I just want to see how horrible it is going to be to like pull in this massive animation. And then we're going to be working on an info tip, which is like a tooltip, but it's going to be for like informational moments, like when I want to put basically like little tutorials on things, and if people are kind of lost, there'll be like a question mark, they can hover, and then it'll show like a tooltip with information on like what's going on. So we're gonna do the info tip, which was already, the tooltip's already built, so I've already like, I just have to curate the info tip class, but it was already pretty much predominantly built. What the hell is this? Got a build issue here. What's up, Dave H? How you doing, man? Welcome in. So yeah, like, what the hell? Am I not importing the drop down? No way. What else am I missing? Why is drop down not on the task here? I don't know what else I'm missing. Steam needs to calm down. It keeps beating me down with check out this game. I'm like, dude, I can only wish list it once. Top creator driven games. So cool. Yeah, I guess it's just about to start with Next Fest on Steam. There's probably a lot of hype right now for some indie games. All right, hopefully it builds. Did I add any other classes? I mean, I know I added the info. Oh shit, why are these images in the base folder? Sloppy. I'm gonna delete these MP4s. They're a waste of my time. The GIF was actually 1,000 K less, so that's a possibility if I can actually import GIFs and play them. But let's see. Ah, yes. So you actually do belong in the proper folder here. Oh my god, can you scroll any slower? I'm like moving an image into the image folder. No! The game is launching! It's getting in my way! Happy Friday, guys. Oh my god, I can't see what I'm doing. Ah, it doesn't matter. Replace. Fuck. All right, it built. So we're going to be adding the info tip to this screen, namely. And then I also like boosted a lot of sounds to make them louder. Because I figured in the end I'm gonna be giving control of the volume to the user, so it's like might as well have it like peaked volume, and then people can like decide like how much they want, like enemy noise, music noise, stuff like that. Okay, so the reason I built this was so that I could see. Oh yeah, and
come on,
Catapixel, thank you for the follow. Game looks fun, thank you. Dark Alpha, thanks for the follow. So right now I'm gonna run a little test to see how much memory I'm consuming before I put in the big game over animation. And here, let's actually change this to the big screen here and run the task manager. So currently it is running the level with 626 megabytes, which is pretty low. That's pretty decent. I actually thought it was more. Okay. So right now the game crashes if I run out of cards. That's one thing we're gonna have to fix today, is making it so that it works with like the deck builder, like actual limited deck at the beginning of the run, and then have it so that once it's, you know, once you have all your cards, it's like all good. So I did like increase the enemy noise, their volume. So their like footsteps and their attacks and stuff are a little bit louder. All right, so let's implement the game over GIF, or PNG actually. I'm gonna bring in the 3200K or like 3.2K the big ass game over sprite sheet. Big fan of 2D games. This game looks interesting. Thank you. Yeah, I mean it's a tower defense deck builder, and it was designed to be like a smaller scope game that I could get done faster, but I'm basically giving it way more production value than it deserves, because I'm just trying to develop as like just come into my design style a little bit more. So I'm just like unapologetically giving this game so many assets and so much love when it really should just be like a much smaller game. I don't care. I'm doing it. But hopefully I can get it out like early next year. So game over .png 480 by 270. This is really gonna fuck up like the start of the game. It's gonna have a lot more load time. Do you work as a game dev too, or do this as a hobby? So yeah, this is like my debut. Well, we're on. I'll wait till ads are over to answer. It's on the damn ads. We back from ads yet? So, Catapixel, to answer your question, do I do this professionally or not? I have programmed for the last 20 years, doing front-end development primarily, but back in the day did Flash, built a lot of Flash games. For about 10 years, I was building a lot of like mini games or medium-sized games that were all like browser based and for clients. So I did that professionally for a long time. And now, you know, I spent probably about the last decade doing more kind of JavaScript, all the iterations of JavaScript and PHP and all that front end crap. And, you know, I've just been doing that for a long time, and I wanted to come back into game development. And so I just started learning C++ and wanted to just get back to my roots of like the Flash game knowledge that I have, like just building games from scratch with Flash. And I'd done it for so long. And so I just wanted to start making my own games, my own assets, and having my own like direction for the games. Cause I was always building other people's games. And, but I learned a ton, you know, like doing it for a decade. You pick some stuff up. And so this is technically my debut as a game dev. This is the first game that I've ever put out that I said, please buy this game. It's something that I put a lot of love into. And it's like, it's breaking the ice, you know, it's getting me out there. But since I have a lot of experience making games professionally on like, you know, smaller scale games, a lot of that knowledge, a lot of those instincts and stuff are going into this debut game. So it's not like my first rodeo, basically. I do expect this game to be relatively playable and understandable, like, and not just be like slop. I think it's going to be decent, but I have a lot to learn as like a game dev that's fully directing the project and coming up with the idea from scratch and stuff like that. So the only way to do it, to learn it, is to just dive in deep and go like all the way to the finish line with it. And so that's what I'm doing with this game. This is like my debut. And then right after I put this game out and it's, you know, I patched it enough that it's really stable and people are having fun with it, I'm going to move on to making a horror game. And I'm actually really, that's going to be more of a passion project, deeper than this one. But I am very passionate about this game, but because it's like a smaller game, it's meant to just be more like breaking the ice, getting me like broken into the industry in a small way, get my feet wet with it, you know? Sorry, I'm still getting over pneumonia. Like I had pneumonia for like the past month, and I'm like, or past like few weeks. And I'm better now, but I'm still have like a little bit of a residual cough. Takes a while for the lungs to heal after you get pneumonia. I've just been stressing out about this game, and my immune system just got fucked. I don't know. Tint, thanks for the follow. But I hope that answers your question. How's it going? What's up, Straight Up Gruntled? How you doing? How's the game dev work? Hope the game dev work is going great. Thanks, man. Yeah, actually, guys, I like finished a pass on the theme song as of yesterday, and you know, I might share it with you guys in a little bit. But I've been writing I've only written one song for this game, and it's going to be like the title screen song. And I'm going to try to write more for the actual game. But I was happy to actually make a lot of progress on it, and I finally learned FL Studio enough that I could just like smoothly hammer it out. Look at me just sitting here not being productive at all. Okay, so let's actually create the game over screen. We're gonna run this test. It's like the song that I wrote. It's in the vein of like Hashimoto. God, what's his full name? It is Hashimoto Saki. No, I mix his first and last name together. Hitachi Sakimoto. He's my favorite composer. He does a lot of music for Final Fantasy, so he's like a big influence. So I'm kind of like going a little bit for that sound. And since it is like my first attempt, you know, it is what it is. But here, I can play you guys the song. And it's just like a little like 2-minute loop, basically. But let's see, how am I gonna play this? I think if I show the audio, I don't think you'll be able to hear it on the VOD or on YouTube. So for that, I apologize. But on YouTube and on the VOD, you'll be hearing the lo-fi stuff. Some of the lo-fi or music is actually like my original stuff as well, so you kind of get a taste of it. But this song is different. It's more meant to be like adventure style music. And all right, I can just do this, yeah, because I'm going to do through the audio output capture, and that doesn't show up on the VOD, but here it is. The song is just called Epic. I'm going to turn it up here. Hopefully it doesn't get too loud. Thanks, man. Hey, thanks for the Prime.
Rufio just subscribed.
Sounds super cool. Really want to hear, really want to get better at orchestral music. Like the sound of it a lot. Thank you. Here it just starts to loop again. And it'll basically just be like what plays on the title screen. So what's actually going to be in the game will be... Here, I'll turn it down a little bit. Will be more atmospheric, more chill, where this is just kind of like just the title screen kind of like, and I might even use it for the trailer possibly. I might play with the arrangement a little bit more and a little bit more mixing, just more refinement. But this is, I just spent like 2 days on it so far, and you know, it just came together quick. Once you've like composed the song, you know it, like the song, all the parts the song's gonna have, it's like easier to like put it into the program, start programming it, you know, or engineering it or whatever. But I was trying to give it that Hitachi Sakimoto vibe. But I think I have a ways to go as a composer to like really capture that style. But I think it's a good like first take on it, you know? And when I do the horror game, I'm not going to be able to do like a happy adventure song or OST like this game. I kind of get to be more like happier and goofy with it. Like using like tubas and trombones and stuff like that. And so I'm like definitely going to have fun with that. Music is amazing, gives you the adventure guild vibe. Yeah, that's the idea, like to give you a nice like adventure feel. Been a while since you checked in. How close are you to the release, do you think? Probably like 6 months away. But I'm hoping at the end of this month, I'll have a demo. And I'm just happy to have like a version of the theme song so that I can implement it into the game. I still got to put together the title screen. So here it just kind of like long fades out. So it's just like loops twice. It's this pretty simple song. But it's meant to kind of give a vibe. And that's it. That's epic. That's just that's like the working title of the song is epic. I need to like give it like a real title. I probably won't though. I'm so lazy when it comes to naming music. You'd love to be the tester? Well, I appreciate that. I'll definitely need testers, people telling me what's confusing, what needs to be improved, ideas that would spice it up, ways to make it more fun, and just, you know, any bugs, of course. All the things. People who, hopefully, some people will speak the alternate languages and can give me feedback on that. I need to do like a settings screen so that you can change the language. It's like I have all the translations implemented so far. Just using like, you know, AI and DeepL, but like to do the translations. But I'm sure that there's still going to be some, I'm going to need help with the translations. So let's open the looping sprites. Or I could just nab one of these bad boys. All right, so this goes to frame 54. What is this? That's the first frame to loop start. End frame 54. And frame delay. What is this on? 100. Sure. -1 is infinite, but if we do 0, we just want it to play once. It's going to be set dimensions. Sprite width 480 by 270. Then we got to give it the T source rect width. I'm gonna have to move this. Equals 480 T source rect height is 270. You know, I was considering putting this damn cough into its own layer in the core so that I could be running the game over screen and then preloading something behind it. But I feel like when people see the game over screen after the first time, they're just going to skip it. So I think I'm just going to leave it in the level. Which means I'm going to have to like figure out where to position it. It's like technically 150 will be like the usual. What is BGY? BG Sprite Y. I think that's the number. Where it needs to go. Its height will be based on what the screen is at the time. We'll have to set this later. 540. So that comes in, we add in all the proper stuff, and then we're gonna want to load the image. which means we're gonna need to actually see. I'm already. Oh yeah, we're gonna need the T. We need this. We'll move this so it doesn't put that error. Images game over.png. ftx. How did I do it like that? That is not cool, man. I'm gonna place it to this. Preferable. I'm excited to have like the game be fully structured finally, and to be getting into the nuance of like making it more fun. Oh, 8 scale is fine actually. Definitely looking forward to that. Just ready to be through the production process for this game. But there's still some fun stages coming up, because we have to still create the other 3 levels, the other 3 runs basically. So there's going to be some new cards, new background design, and I also need to figure out how to make what I'm going to do to like make a boss, because I currently don't have a boss designed. Don't need that. Sorry. So let's move this to a proper location. Okay, and that also needs to be updated. So this will play once. And well, that loads it into memory. That should be enough. Even if we're not drawing it, we should still see it in memory. So we'll build that and see how it feels. So I'm just getting the above animation here into the actual game, and I want to see how it affects the game holding it in memory, because it's a big ass sprite sheet. I toyed with the idea of actually bringing in like a video player so that I can have like a more compressed version of it. But I did just make like the HD version of it, and it was actually bigger than the sprite sheet itself. So it's like, you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. And it's like, I don't know. See, like if I actually am playing a video with the nearest neighbor interpolation, you know, like the basically it's snapping all the pixels on the screen to a grid. I wondered how that would affect the video itself, because it's more anti-alias, you know, naturally being like a video and saving on space. But I'm sure I could compress the video more, but I think I'm just going to go for the sprite sheet here, which is insane. but people seem to like the animation, and I feel like I don't want to take it out or come up with like an alternative. But I'm definitely going to limit how much like full screen animations I do. All right. So it's a little bit more. It's like 680 megabytes. It's actually not really, it looks like it's kind of the same. I'm sure it'll change once I actually run it. All right, so I'm going to just make it a button press and then it'll show it. How will we do this? We'll say it in a Boolean. If dead, then we'll play it. And so for now, we'll just go to a key event. We'll use G, that's fine. All right. Go into the draw. We'll add a new function here too, actually. So we'll say dead equals 1. Pause all. True. And then game over. Distract width will be the I think that'll be proper. And I think if we just match the screen distract, we should be good. What? We don't have access to this? Gesture must have a class type STL rect. Wait, what? Fuck. That should be fine. So yeah, sorry that I'm streaming at completely random times right now. I'm like on another I'm like cycling through the day again. I'm like back to having long ass days. So my sleep schedule keeps getting pushed right now, but I'm making good progress on things. So it's all good. Meow, 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 meow. So I expect today's stream to be kind of random in regards to, like, you know, people are going to be like, what the hell? I'm getting a core loop error, device lost. The hell is that error? So I have like an SDL error check that runs in the core that just always tells me when there's any error whatsoever in SDL. The only thing is it's generally like it doesn't tell me where it comes from necessarily. So I have to like always track it down, but it lets me know if there's any error whatsoever. I don't think I'll need to change the Y. All right, that should be it. So we'll try to see if we can run the game over in the game and see if it additionally affects anything. Or like, I just want to see how it affects the memory. So I also created a few new graphics for I don't actually have the sprite files, the sprite files. They're on my laptop, but I do have the files, the sprites that we can actually get them functional. All right, let's open Task Manager. So main currently is at 475. We run the level. It jumps up to 660, more or less. We got our screen, and then we push G for game over. And it actually looks pretty decent. Why is it all scattered? Like it just like blips. I mean, and it's also not in the right location yet. All right, so we got a few things to fix about it. So let's go to launch. Game over. I think the width and height was good. Yeah, 54 should be right. So I'm saying to only play it once. Right. Okay, so if these are 378, or is it 379? 78. Okay, so it is 378. So 378 minus 270 plus 108. All right, let's try that. And also try to pay attention for this device lost error that I'm getting in SDL. Mystery. But yeah, so like we'll do this, then we'll work on the info tip, and then we gotta just be jumping around. And I was thinking I might like fix the make it so that the level can run with limited card supply, basically. Because right now the interface, when it runs and it tries to deal 3, and if there's less than 3 cards, you know, like say you only have 2 cards, it can't like just show like 2 cards or just show 1. So I'm gonna have it like show like you know, if you got 2 or 1, it'll show them, and if you have no cards, it won't run at all. So it's like right now it's like built to only run when there's 3 or more, basically. But now that it's specifically a deck builder, you're gonna have a limited supply of cards. And I think there will be a way for cards to get shuffled back into your deck. I was thinking that like your Arcanas, if they're destroyed, they will go back into your deck. But like specials can only be used once. Okay. Wow, it really like blips out at the end. And it's a little bit low. Jeez. Maybe I should have taken a measurement here. And I was getting the present device lost error again. So let's run that in the... We're gonna search on that. What the hell even is that? What's up, Cool Coden? How you doing? So you got to get your games into Summer Game Fest one year? Or you got to get your game into Summer Game Fest? What is Summer Game Fest? That sounds good. SDL, let's see, usually indicates that the graphics device that was being used for rendering has become unavailable. This can happen for various reasons, including graphic driver issues, outdated or corrupted or incompatible graphics engines, hardware issues, overheating, hardware failure, conflicts, sometimes integrated and dedicated graphics cards can cause issues, application error, poorly implemented error handling, resource leaks, or synchronization problems. I think it's probably to do with running this big ass sprite, because it already looks like it's wigging out. And well, okay, let's get a measurement here. Okay. So right there, that blip. Okay, so let's just try to get the measurement right. Okay, let's do... Damn, son. What? Wait, so that would mean... We have to make sure and export the sprite sheet. In 2 rows, which I thought I may have already have done, but let's see. Oh, there's a blank screen at the end. It shouldn't matter. Coding with strangers. Thank you so much for the raid. What's up, dude? We in this, mother lover. A stranger sent me. Yo. What's going on, man? Thanks so much for the raid. Appreciate it. I am working on a tower defense deck builder here, and I'm trying to implement a massive sprite sheet here. How was your stream? How did it go, man? How you been? So let's see, how many rows was that? So that's 4 rows. Four, and then here 4. That should help.
Come on.
All right, let's see if it runs better this time. I think what was happening was it was potentially too big. I hope. Friendly, thanks for the follow. Welcome. Working for the man on Friday, but I'm good. Oh, nice. Well, I'm glad. Happy Friday. Hopefully you get a nice weekend. Working for the man. You're the man. I'm still getting over my my pneumonia cough. Sick as a dog. Not anymore though. I'm healed up. I just got like lingering cough. So I've been jumping around doing a lot of random things. Like yesterday I finished up the theme song, and this morning I was like working on balancing some of the sound effects for the enemies and stuff. And I started on the info tip, which is like little mini tutorials here and there to like help hopefully guide people if they get lost while they're playing the game. And I like made like a little mini portal. The 2 mini portals for the skill tree and for the shop. That's going to go on the mini level. So we'll implement those today. And honestly, I'm glad we're tackling this game over thing right now, just to kind of get it out of the way. If it's even possible, because it seems like keep getting this graphic error. So let's see if it plays right now. All right, game over. All right, good. So played through. We got to make sure and hide the card level, the layer, I mean. But aside from that, we also need to like stop the music and like the background sound and do like a game over sound. And make it so it doesn't loop. But it looks like it's, that was the issue, that it must have been, I must have saved the original with like a really long file and it was just too big for SDL to handle because it's no longer giving me that error. From what I can tell. Okay, so good. Game over screen, except we got to go to the draw text. Or do you use LLMs to extend in your game dev? Bare hands, what's going on? Not really. I use it for translating. And occasionally I'll try to like get an example of code, but it's usually, I could never, like literally 9 times out of 10, it never works. It's always really convoluted or, if you look at LLMs closely, they're like, do you want like a educational example or an actual working example? And they usually give you like the educational, where it's like kind of like snippets of the code, but it's never the full working code. But anyways, like I've always like struggled with actual code. I just write it myself. It's like nothing that I'm creating is that complicated anyways. But I'll use it for like, you know, translate this sentence to like 12 languages. You know, I'll do stuff like that. Because I couldn't otherwise do that. Or I could with like DeepL, but it'd be like, it's just faster to like do it in a prompt. That's about the only thing I really use it for. So that means my translations hopefully will be a little bit better because I like give it a context before I do the translation, but I'm sure I'll need to like touch up the translations. So what was I gonna do? We need to specify in the interface that it's game over so that the game over stops rendering. So we'll put in a public variable, and I'm just using an integer here. So then when we run the launch game over, we're gonna reach into the interface and we're gonna say, game over, bro. Yeah, okay, and so save that, go into interface, and when we get down to the draws, we'll just run a return. And same thing for the text draw. Card draw and text draw. Yeah, because I think the update isn't necessarily still running. Here, actually, let's look at the update here. So when you are dead, so we'll do an else here. So it won't like continue to run interface updates because that could cause issues potentially. And then it's still going to be running the draw, but now we have like all the stops on the draw. So let's just test that. And then we got to see if we got to do something about the sound. I need to implement something where you can just halt the sound that's playing. Oops, sorry, I meant to mute that. I'm trying not to cough up on you guys. What's up, Smiling Big? How you doing? Holy shit, that looks very cool. Thing only gets complicated when stuff isn't working. I know. It's a freaking mess. Yeah, I got a lot of moving parts. And I'm like now getting to the point where I have to like stitch everything together. And, you know, it's like time to go big picture with it. And getting this game over screen is like part of it. But yeah, there's still like a lot of infrastructure still being built into the game. So getting the spring level done, along with getting a demo running that people can play, hopefully by the end of this month, I'm going to say that's probably like 35% of the game done. 35 to 40%. Because I still, after that point, have to do like the other 3 seasons, the other 3 runs. But like, I won't have to do that infrastructure anymore. How's everything going? Are we at the 80% or 20% that takes as long as 80%? Yeah, like I'm like 35, 40% once the demo's done. So right now we're like 20%, whatever. We're like rushing to get to that finish line. But, you know, it's happening. Okay, so game over screen. So now it covers everything. Okay. Why does it still loop? If it has 0 loops, it should not want to loop. Let's take a loop at the looping class real quick. Nice. You look forward to the demo situation? Yeah, so that's... I was originally trying to do Next Fest, which was like happening. The demo would have had to have been done today. But I assessed my... how well I was doing in regards to like, you know, everything that needed to get done. And I was like, I could force it and like have like some bare bones thing working by now. But then I was like, you know what? I'm going to opt out. I'm not going to do Next Fest until I feel like I have a solid demo long before. And then I get a chance to actually refine the demo a bit before it gets more on the big stage, if you will. But like, then immediately after I opted out, I was like stressing myself out, putting a lot of pressure on myself to really knock this thing out. And then I got pneumonia. So then I couldn't work for like, I lost 2 weeks of productivity on top of like, so like it never would have happened. So now I'm like trying to get that demo done that I wanted to get done by June 9th. But now it's going to be like later in the month, possibly early next month. Because I've decided I'm no longer going to put pressure on myself. Because if I get sick and I can't like work because I'm like stressed out about it, then I just lose the time anyways. So might as well kind of take it more at a moderate pace and just do a good job and stay productive, then try to go like 150% on everything and then like get sick and can't work for like weeks because I'm just like, you know, have a fever and stuff like that. Yeah, I think for indie games especially, you really only have like first impressions. Because once you lose that first impression with people, they'll move on to the other thousands of games available. So you don't have like a ton of like if you give them something that's like super broken, you kind of lose them in that moment. If there's just like a little bit of bugginess, a little bit of this, a little bit of that, then it's okay, I think. But so I'm just really, I'd rather like have something more stable and take a little bit more time than like rush something out and then just blow that, you know? Not the AIDS. Ads have been horrible. All right, so I'm looking at this, trying to decipher. People sad. People sadness. People adness. But yeah, like I'm just gonna take my time and do it right. And I don't know, I'm just constantly being productive. I'm building things. Welcome back. So I mean, I think it's all gonna come together when it comes together, and it's really not gonna be like this massive delay. You know, it's just like I can't. Like I was kind of trying to trick myself into getting things done, you know? I was like, if I join Next Fest and have to like get a demo out by June 9th, then I'll just like whip something up. But it just, there's too much infrastructure that needs to go into the game. Like I cannot do the amount of work necessary in that allotted time, so. It's happening though. That's why streams are like really like, they're kind of all over the place in terms of like what I've been working on, whether I'm like coding or doing art. And now I'm like even working on the music and stuff. So it's like, it's cause it's like, I'm at the point where I'm like, I have so much assets that it all needs to like be put together now into like one cohesive experience. And so now I'm like piecing all those major pieces. Like I'm building up the mini, like we got the mini map, we got the deck forge. The level is already running, but still needs to be updated into the new gameplay style. And I still have to like fully establish the title screen. And of course, then we're going to have like the settings, but like those are all like the main like landmarks, right? And we got to stitch them together, make them jump from one page to the next. But yeah. Have I done music before? Yeah, I have. I actually played like the theme song earlier on stream, but I did it so that I did it on like a audio capture channel that won't show up in the VOD. But I actually made the theme song for the game, and I need to make other songs for the game as well, but they're going to be more atmospheric, a little bit more chill. And this is the first time I'm really doing orchestral music, full on, because all the music I've done before was just kind of like goofing off with like kind of different, just whatever I would find in like the sound programs I'd be using. But now I'm like specifically going for like a nice orchestral sound. But like an adventure, like fun adventure sound. So it's like it's like the, you know, excuse me, like the Hitachi Sakimoto sound, you know, like from Final Fantasy Tactics. At least my version of it. I'm like the poor man Hitachi. An up-and-comer. You'll be here for the demo. Looking forward to it. I appreciate that. I can't wait to get it out, and definitely spearheading towards it day in and day out here, just getting the things in. Like, I have all the assets now for the victory screen when you beat the level, and then, you know, I'm just working on the game over here. So that would be like the full level cycle, except I do still need to add like wave announcements when each wave comes in. So there's still more stuff that needs to happen for the level. So this, it looks like I'm only... Let's look at the loop count here. So that's... Why don't we listen to some Hitachi? So here we got I don't know, I think that logic works. So if it comes in with loops, I guess I need to put -1 for the loop start frame. Wait, no, not -1. Oh wait, no, I guess I do. Yeah. Okay, so okay, let's test that. So the big thing that I need to figure out is, let's see, where's the sound engine? What was I gonna do for the game over sound? Like a wind or something. For now. Oh, I had some sounds here. Alright, so let's pause. So this, here's some sounds that I was gonna do potentially. So like wind. And then I had this other sound here. What's this one? So that's just like a canned sound. Okay, so let's see if it plays just once now. And then we'll open up FL Studio and we'll put together the game over sound. All right, you play once and you pause. Perfect. Okay. So now we need to open up FL Studio. and we'll play these. So we'll briefly not play music while I'm doing this. This will be a kind of a short little project here. Can you guys see FL Studio? Yes. Okay, so what's that? And that. So let's use these two sounds. Put together a little game over sound here. So we need to loop this sound. I guess I'm gonna make it like last like as long as this, and we can have it like fade in, and then we'll decide how long. I could probably just very easily loop this. Let's see. Does this loop? I guess it's got a little crossfade there. Not perfect. Right, so that sounds, let's assign that to track 2. We'll assign this one to track 1. See, this also needs to get to track 3. We'll do like, I've been generally trying to keep things at around like negative 15 dB. So let's see, that's negative 4.6 on a 4.8. Okay, and then we got the we do like a little bit of reverb on it. It's probably already got some reverb on it. We'll mix it off to the side. All right, so that'll be the game over sound. And let's save it out. Music. Game over. So I bought some packs of like sound effects with some like game music and stuff at one point. So I have some like odd things like this that I might end up using in the end game, but I'm gonna try and remake everything myself. But if it works, it works, and I'm gonna try to make as much of the music as I can. But a lot of this stuff kind of helps me kind of ballpark what I want to do, you know? So let's save this under music. I guess it kind of works as sound. Game over. Oops. Okay. So let's keep listening to music. So now I have to, we first got to import the sounds. And where did I save it, actually? Did I put it in music? We should put it in the game over folder. Oh my goodness, is that coffee lava? Coffee was wondering what shampoo I use. I use like tea tree oil, excuse me, tea tree oil face soap. That's what I use. If I can talk. Well, that's just rude. It's another day of being a bald dude. Being a shaved head dude. People bully me all the time. I'm kind of used to it. They just wish they looked this good. Bald. You know what I mean? For my beard? What's up, Nan? I don't use shampoo on my beard. I use also that tea tree oil face face wash on my beard as well. So like I'll use like the face soap, and then I'll like use like a washcloth to basically break down like the cuticles that build up around your hair to help soften it. And I don't ever really condition it or anything. I don't know, like I like not using shampoos and conditioners anymore because of the fact that it's like they're all filled with like that lauryl sulfate shit and all the crappy chemicals. So I'm like, all I do is just exfoliate away the dead skin and the cuticle layer or whatever, and it like feels soft enough to me. So I just clean it with like tea tree oil otherwise. So I basically don't use anything. What's up, developer? How you doing? Half of us have the same hair now anyways. It is the fate of many. Do you get dry skin on your beard? Yeah, of course. Yeah, you gotta be like exfoliating your everything. I need to really like exfoliate everything right now. Like I was just happy that I shaved today. It like felt so good. Because like I first had to like shave down everything with like a normal like kind of beard trimmer to just cut off like the initial excess. And then I went with a razor and like actually shaved down. And it just always feels soft and nice. And also like all my like neck beard stuff is just like itchy and annoying. So it's always nice to clean that up. And then just like trimming the beard down and stuff. It was really nice to like clean shit up today. I'm feeling really, real good. Magic oils. When you had mine, it was a nightmare keeping it soft. Not getting dry skin and all that stuff. See, Coffee Lava, you have like mega hair. So you use like a whole bottle of shampoo and conditioner every time. That is your fate. I never have to buy shampoo and conditioner ever again. I just buy razors. How do you not get swelled pores? You mean from like shaving? Like ingrown hairs and stuff like that? That's mainly from knowing how to cut with the flow of the hair. You have to like understand how your hair is structured, like around your like face and stuff where you shave. You never, especially where it's like really sensitive, you don't want to shave against it. You always shave with like the lean of the hair. So if it's like leaning this way, you cut it from behind. You never want to lean it or like cut it from the front, because then that like creates like a sharp edge that then starts to dig into the skin and create ingrown hairs. And you also got to be really gentle, man. It really doesn't take a lot of pressure, because if you like just cut away a bunch of skin, then the skin will naturally like grow over the hair, you know, because like you just cut it too deep. So you just got to cut it at the right level with the right sensitivity. And I also I actually do use conditioner as my lubricant when I'm shaving. Like I'll do conditioner all over my head and on my neck and on my face. And then I'll like use that as I'm like shaving. I find it's a little bit more like it's a cleaner lubrication while you're cutting, like shaving, as opposed to like actual shaving cream. So yeah, he does so beautiful and shy. Wait, what the hell? What do you mean? I don't know what you're saying. Then he sleeps with wet hair and gets sick. You're saying Coffee Lava sleeps with wet hair? Yeah, because his hair's so long, it's probably takes forever to dry. You shave against the grain? Well, I've like, ever since I started shaving my head, it's been a master class in like how to like shave without causing all that fuss. Like I used to like never shave my neck and stuff. I always just would like use like a electric trimmer because it was like, I was too afraid of getting like ingrown hairs and stuff. But now like, since I'm like really good with the razor, using it like to like shave the top of my head, it's like, I become very good with it. Just takes a little bit of doing it. Lubricant. Lube this. All right, that one's for you, Nan, and your cheeky dude. God damn this cough. Still clearing stuff out of the lungs, but they're healing and getting better. I'm still working, guys. Thank you so much for the raid, Coffee. How's the demo going with Next Fest? You're in Next Fest, right? Like, didn't you already have to submit a demo like a week ago to the press? And then this week it's like today is like the final day to submit to get approved for full on Next Fest. You constantly get your ears cut while shaving. That ever happened to you? My ears? No. Never cut my ear. Never clean shave. Use clippers. Shiny, shiny. Would I shave your head for you, Smiling Big? I don't know that, like, you have to, like, understand your own, like, the way, like, your hair kind of falls on your own head to really do it right. So I don't know that I would be really good at, like, cutting other people's hair necessarily. So I would say no, but I would give you tips. the Bjorn Straustrup. So he needs some solid advice. Nan is such a freak on it. Your cold is at its end? Hell yeah. I'm glad to hear it, especially since you started up your internship and getting, being around people. So that's got to be a relief. Hell yeah. Today is a good day for some watermelon. Hell yeah. I wish I had some watermelon. That's my favorite thing about coming home from the store for like another like a week and a half. I have like fresh vegetables, fresh fruits. It's always the best time. I can give you time to study my head. Shave your own damn head, boy. Get it done. You can do it. I remember when I first started shaving my head, I was like really nervous about it. And I was like sad to like officially let go of my thinning hair, you know, and just acknowledging that shaving my head is actually the best I look now, you know, like, cause I still have hair like all over the top of my scalp, but it's so thin it looks like it's not there on camera especially. But if like any light hits it whatsoever, then it just looks like the skin reflects the light and it like you can't see the hair at all. So I'm like, well, the best thing to do at this point is shave, and it looks better that way. Can't be really sad about it. It's out of my control, so. Mostly chicken nuggets. Do you also trim your eyebrows in a way? No, I don't. Like, I'll trim my eyebrows if I have like a stray hair that's like really wildly, you know, broken or weird. Or like especially long or gray. If I have a gray hair in my eyebrow, I pluck that shit. But like 95% of the time, I just don't even pay attention to it. Eyebrows, generally, they say you want to like trim like the bottom part and then leave the top part alone, especially if you're a dude. I just like cut the middle a little bit. I trim away like the unibrow stuff a little bit, and then occasionally I'll like cut like a few strays. But I really don't fuck with it because you don't really have to. You look so much better with shaved head. You mean apparently? He was just born that way. You have to shave inside of my ears as well. Yeah, I do too, actually. It's a rite of passage for every old man when you have to start shaving the insides of your ears because your ear hairs get long. I definitely know that. It's weird how like your like the top of your head can be like thinning hair, but then like you have like extra hair growing out of your ears and stuff. It's just like, what the fuck is going on? None of this is fair. What are you doing? What's up, Major? How you doing? So I'm implementing this game over screen, and I just put in a game over sound, and I'm trying to think about how I'm going to handle playing that. And I think it's all I got to do is add in the preload sounds or preload music event, and that should force it to play. So when it is game over, bro, that'll overwrite the background music. So let's say game over launch, and we will just pop in. Oh shit, we're gonna have to pass in the dispatch to it, and then we need to say sound game underscore over slash game underscore over. And yes, we want it to play. Launch game over. We have to pass in a parameter here for the dispatch. Put it on the header, put it on the implementation. And then when we call it, oh shit, I call it from here, and I don't know, the key event doesn't have access to it. Do I have a member version of the dispatch? I must. Tell me I do. Oh wait, no, I don't need to pass it. It's just a private member, so it doesn't need to be passed. So we'll take this out. We don't need to do that at all. It should just read dispatch like that. So now that should overwrite the background music, and then it should play like game over music. So let's play it. Compile and build. And we already preloaded initially here. Let's just close the looping sprite. We figured that out. Interface. So let's see what we got. I'm just jumping around, guys. I'm jumping all the way around. And I need to start working on the victory screen soon. I probably won't do that today, though. I know we spent last stream like fixing all the perspective on the treasure chest. And I like got the animation for the treasure chest now where it, like when you click on it, it'll like open up. But that's all dealt with. Now I actually have to implement that. Implement game over and victory screens fully. So at least we got the game over screen started here. And then I have to jump over and start working on the info tip, which is like a little tooltip tutorial thing for, I'm gonna put like little question marks next to buttons and functionality that little buttons on the interface that necessarily they might be confusing for people. So they can then just roll over the question mark and then see a little tooltip that says, hey dummy, this is this or does that. And I'm really the dummy because I'm like I made the deck forge a little bit esoteric, a little too secret sauce. Okay, let's pause the music for a second. You guys can hear this, right? Yes, you should be able to hear the window capture. Let's turn, we don't need to turn that up too much. Okay, so there will eventually be music for the level. So we have there's the sound effects. Those should be paused, but okay. So we do game over. And then it's going to say game over. And then have like a button that says like, you know, go back or whatever, continue. So are you guys sad? Does this make you sad? Like you just lost the game? And everything's horrible? You should feel really bad about your life now that you've gamed over. I don't know why I called it gamed over, because really all I needed to say is that you died. You're dead. Game over. Why? Why? All right, music coming back on. So it works. So that's like a basic pass on the game over screen. Okay, so I need to do more. I need to add like text and yada yada. But let's work on the info tip. Just the tip, as Push Toy would say. What? Let's add info tip to the compiling here. Info tip. Did I? Yeah, that's gone. Okay. Okay, so I just like briefly started this yesterday, and I already have the tooltip class. So this class is already like derivative of that. I'm not extending that class. I just copied the class over, and then I just started like cannibalizing it, like taking out things I didn't need. But I'm making like a unique tooltip class. So the tooltip function is already built. Like, we just need to put in the little question mark button, and then when you hover over it, it'll show the tooltip. And I have some stuff here in the parameters to basically plan for its positioning. And so I have like the vertical position, and I have the horizontal position. The default is top center. So that means it'll like show just top center over the question mark, but then I need to like make it so that I can be like oriented all around. I decided not to make it dynamic, as in make it adapt to where it is on the screen, because it's not something that's going to move around with the camera. It's basically going to just be used on like instructional, like setting screens in the Deck Forge, like more static screens. Because the normal tooltip class is what's being used inside the level. But it could be used in the level still. I think it would still work out, but so now I need to see, I should probably just comb over the basics here. I created, was that uppercased? I really should, when I make a data type, I prefer to have like uppercased first letters, because then it feels more official. Info, tip, info. I'm not camel casing the T. Maybe I should. That's more official. Info tip. And that wasn't so bad. Okay, so I've got an info tip map. This is a map that I use to load it up with these info tips. But with this, I'm not really going to need the icon. I don't plan on utilizing the icon for it. We're mainly just going to be using the texture, the visibility, the source, and the distract. Got the question mark, texture, and the... I'm pulling in the translations. Where was... Oh yeah, and then the background texture here. And then all of the assorted information for the background texture. It's currently set to the same size as the level tooltip. I'm just gonna let that fly, see if it works. I might need to shrink it up a little bit. But a lot of like the margins and stuff like that can stay the same. Apply leading, anything else. So I added in this enum to specify the different options. So you can do top, center, bottom, left, center, right. And then I have like this V pause and H pause for vertical position and horizontal position. So, and then we have update tip. So these, I'm gonna no longer rely on that because it's not gonna be utilizing a bunch of little tooltips, just the title and the description now. So it's like, this is derivative of like the tooltip class. So there's gonna be a little bit of like overbuild here because I'm just reusing that same system. So it's like, seems overkill, but it's just used, I'm just reusing what was already built. So it's actually like more efficient just to reuse it. So we got the background of the tooltip, and then we have the question mark. So we need to place the question mark. And that's, you know, we actually might need to make the question mark an actual sprite so that I can have, actually, no, that doesn't matter. I just need to, let's see, we load the surface and then we get this updated. So we're going to create the surface. And we are going to say T-loaded surface, get the width, get the height, just make it a little more dynamic. And this will be, I think this is going to be on the 960 by 540 level. So we're going to have to double the width and height on the distribution, and then its location. We're going to want to put it on the origin X and Y. We probably should center it. So I'm going to bring in the utility. Oh, we already got the utility class in there. So we're going to say utility split. Actually, I don't need to run utility split if it's on the double. So then we'll just say width minus T-loaded surface height. So that'll center it on the origin point, and then we'll be able to now center on the origin X and Y when we're positioning the tooltip itself. And we will use the QM disdirect as our detector in our update function. And I don't think, do I have the inbounds? I do not. Okay, so let's pull in. Actually, I might be able to use utility class for that. All right, so start building up the rest of it. Where's the update? That's the old stuff. We're gonna start fresh here. Oh, I guess I ended up not doing that. I don't know why. I reuse this function everywhere, but whatever, I just keep pasting it into each class. Why? Because, frankly, I don't give a damn. Inbounds. This beautiful little function here helps me detect when the mouse is up in my business. All right. So now in the update, we just say inbounds mouse data, which we're gonna have to pass in mouse data into the update now. As a reference. We're also going to have to pass in. So since we're doing this from the forge, for the forge, we'll just start implementing it in place here. And I will have to construct the individual tips. We got the slots, and then we've got upgrade, and then there's going to be quantity. Tooltips. I'll try to just reuse that one in a bunch of places. That still looks really dope. So cool. I'm just bouncing in to say, hey, what's going on, Medusa? How you doing? How long do you have to listen, Push Toy? I'm sorry I missed that comment earlier. How long do you have to listen to dying in the game over? Forever. That's everybody knows that. You'll always be dying in the game. I'm going to make the game so difficult that all you'll ever see is game over. Mouse data. Oh yeah, I was going to use the... Where's the mouse information for the update here? It is... Oh, I don't put any priority in there? Oh no, that's inside this update. So I have the priority set. So that's what we need to pass in. So let's see in the alert. Let's pull it from the alert. Yeah. I mean, I just wanted to make sure and get the right variable name there. So I'm copying and pasting it because I'm lazy. Don't want to use my brain to remember things. Maradot. Mouse X 960. Mouse Y 960 off of mouse data. And then we're going to test this against the QM dist rectangle if it equals true. And the priority button set equals false. Then we're going to say priority button set equals true. And then we're going to show the tooltip. So that, I guess, let's see, what does the show do? Just the, okay. See, we're gonna need it to be visible though. I'm going to leave those show hide functions, but I'm going to add a set of 2 more. There's going to be the show tip, hide tip. So that'll specifically function for that purpose. And it's not going to be based on the visible. Maybe I should have... Well, is a tooltip... I kind of need a tooltip visible. Show the tip. Else. Hide tip. So let's start setting it up inside the forge. So that way we can just have a direct functioning tip to test. So when we build forge, we're going to want to add ourselves a little tool tip. And let's just add it next to the things that need it. So it's that yellow button.
It's the yellow button.
Oh no, not good. Everything is good. It is Friday. Did you guys know that it is Friday today? And I'm like streaming at like a normal time, like a daywalker time. You guys are seeing me during like normal daytime hours for me. I don't normally stream at these times. It's an odd time for me. And people don't expect me to be here at this time. But my sleep schedule is getting like, I don't know. I get these weird like moods where I just don't want to sleep even though I'm like super tired. Like I just want to keep getting things done. So my sleep schedule is just always moving forward. Forever in the day. Actually, it's Saturday for me. Nugget, what the hell is wrong with you? How dare you have nighttime? For me, it's like the afternoon. Like evening time. I'm normally asleep right now. Maybe like starting my last sleep cycle. Okay, we got our subtitle, fire subtitle, blah, blah, blah. All these subtitles. Here's the slot's background, but we need the slot button. Scroll shadow. Gold BG? No, that's not it. Slot BTN. That's the ticket. Slot info tip. Actually, I don't think it... Why is it erroring out on those parameters? It's because they're constants. They don't need to be constants. I mean, they don't change. Maybe I made them constants in one area. Oh, well, whatever. Who cares? It's like I don't really... It's like a scenario where like, even if they're not constants, it's not going to make any difference messing with the copy. So I actually don't need this, but let's take a look. So the X position, it's going to be next to... Let's see. Dip slot origin equals t disdirect.x plus t disdirect.width plus 5 or 4. Do a little 4 margin there. T disdirect y plus utility split t t distract height minus 4. Oh, yeah. So if it's going to be on the center point of that. So then, if we want a 4 margin and it's a 7 width. Oh God. Well, let's just give it 8. Gives it a 5 margin, and then it's got that split. Give it the bracket, semicolon. And we got the tip slot origin. So now we got to decide on the vertical position based on the info, tip, vertical position. We want it to be bottom on the vertical. And then info, tip, horizontal position, we want it to be left. And the title, they don't need titles. They just need little descriptions. There's no point to the title. I mean, the title could be, "It's 1 a.m. here." Damn, son. That's normally when I'm streaming. If I eliminate the title, that's like less translations to deal with and stuff, so that really does save time. So I'm just going to do a description. Now it's seriously overkill. Since we're not using the title. How am I getting all these? Did I mess that constructor up? Oh yeah, because there's gonna be... Huh? Okay, there's no... comma! So for the description here, I guess I gotta write a tooltip. All right, let's add it in. So on the old localization here, gotta add in the tag for it. Whoops. Info deck slot. Sure. Shave it. Mad Chirpy, what's going on? Red Rucka, how you doing? Happy Friday, guys, or Saturday, depending on where you are in the world. Hey man, how was your stream? Thanks for the raid. Oh la la. I'm building a basically like a little tooltip thing right now. Gotta add little translations for it so that it functions properly. I've just been adding translations as I go. There's so many translations. Oh my goodness. This is one mega table. Table of many translations. And the tooltip that we are doing first is this one. Buy a card slot for 25 golds. You can have up to 60 cards in your deck. It was good. Thanks. Sorted out some new art and stuff for my game. Hell yeah. Well, I'm glad to hear it. So this is like one of the rare cases where I'll actually use Chat GPT for something, and that's translating this sentence. So we got to translate it to Italian, Spanish, French, German, Korean, Polish, Portuguese, Brazilian, which is oftentimes very similar, Russian, Turkish, Japanese, and Chinese. It goes blue, and then it does it. And then bam, I've got a translations right here. However, I've been on for like 10 hours, so got to get some dinner, but I'll be lurking. Thanks for the lurk, man. Yeah, get yourself some dinner, take care of yourself. I know exactly how it feels doing the 10-hour streams. I do them often. And good on you for focusing for a long time and getting a good chunk done. But just go stretch your legs and shake off the streamingness. What's up, Neon? Check. You know what I did? I looked up the languages that were most popular on Steam. You know what languages had like their usage stats. And these were the languages that had over 1.5% usage. And I think it was like predominantly English, Chinese, and Russian were like, you know, like 20% or 40% or whatever. They were big usage stats. But stuff like Czech or, you know, all the languages that I don't have on here, they had less than like 1.5% usage on Steam. Like they were really like not major impact. And I think it's already going to be hard enough getting these translations up to snuff. Because like it's going to be dependent on people who speak these languages playing the game and like reporting to me that translations are off. And I'm like, I didn't want to do like 100 languages because it's already hard enough to sit here and translate to these 13 languages. So it's like I had to draw the line somewhere, and I hoped I got enough of the most popular languages that it'd be like it would work. But there you go. There's a tooltip. translations implemented. Close. Let's double check here real quick. So yes, English to Chinese, 136. Localization 136. Infill tooltip text slot. Close you. All right, that is done. And done. What else? Okay, so we got the position, the origin. So the info slot will just have itself positioned, and we're gonna have to do that in the text draw, right? Draw text. The deck forge is actually all in 960. So we will do draw render. Bow. Got you. Okay, so now we got that tooltip basically started, and now we have to finish up the class getting the tooltip to show that translated text. But now that we have the translation, we can do it through the translation object, which is a good thing. Do you speak Czech, Neon? Is that why you favor that? You know, I've had like certain requests for like other like more obscure languages. Like I know like Nan was like, am I gonna translate it to Vietnamese? And I'm like, I guess in Vietnam Steam is like banned or something like that. So it didn't really seem to make any sense to translate it to that, right? It's your mother language. Well, at least you're speaking English here, so you'll be able to, I think, make it through the game. Hopefully. Like, I wish localization's really difficult because like I'm converting the game into all these different languages that I don't understand using AI and like DeepL, and so the translations are going to be hit or miss, and I just hope that it's like, you know, not too bad. But I've heard people like spending like $10,000 on translations, and people are still like, he just used Google Translate, and we're like, actually we like hired a translation person. And so it just like went to show that like the person who they hired probably ended up just using Google Translate. So I'm like, you know what? If I'm going to like spend thousands of dollars getting someone to translate it, and all they're going to do is use like the LLMs to translate it for them, I'm like, might as well just do it myself. And then just rely on community, people from the community playing the games from those native languages, like to just tell me if something's completely crazy or doesn't make any sense. So there's probably going to be some stuff that falls through the cracks. So it's probably better that I limit the amount of languages. It's tough, man, because every time I like add any little bit of text, it's instantly like I got to get those 13 translations implemented. It's like, fuck. But I find that doing it as I go is better than like waiting till the very end and then having like thousands of translations to do, you know? So where are we? I think it'll... What about the draw function now? Oh yeah, we also need to add the update function to the forge. So... that needs to be a pointer. not a reference. Even though a reference is a type of pointer, but we got to match up here. So on the update, just a raw pointer there. There, you should be happy. And is that the right location? I think so. Then that means you are pointer, show tip, hide tip. You speak a little Polish too, so what English name of this one? You saw only Zielony. You're asking about the Polish? Thank you. Yeah, I mean, that's the game over sequence. And I was like implementing it earlier, just getting that playing inside the game. And it works. So let's see what else. We got a drawing. Well, that's the update, and then we have it drawing. So it should show up as the question mark initially, right? That should be showing. So when we draw here, where's the draw? This class is all fucked up. The draw should be like at the end. So visible, if it's true, comes in here, yeah, just straight up renders question mark. So then this, if tip visible equals true, then it's gonna render this. So we can hide that for now. And I guess we can like show whatever, wherever it's showing now, which, let's see, let's make sure it's not automatically positioned in a very strange place. See right there. Well, no, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. And yeah, okay. I think it should at least show the question mark now, and then it will like be able to hover and something will happen potentially. But now we're going to be like starting to piece together the tooltip, and the translation comes through on the description, right? Let's take a look. So yeah. So that should be fine. Well, the question mark, I should be bringing in the image vault and preloading the question mark, and then just loading it from that, because the info tip will potentially be like showing up in multiple places. It's pretty small impact though, but it all adds up. It's like you want to load an image once and not like reuse it, but like when it comes to the info tip, let's see, the question mark. What's that? That's in the Forge. It's 1K. All right, I don't care. I'm not even gonna bother. For 1K, kiss my grits. What's wrong? Default arguments given. Okay, so when we built it here, we messed it up. All right, let's take a look. So we got ourselves render, player, translations, SDL points. Did I screw up those? Oh, I see. Yeah, it says right here for the description that there's an error for the last one. But the thing is I have default values for some of my parameters, just in case I want to instantiate it without passing in parameters for those, for like the V pause and the H pause. But I don't have a default value for description. So the way it works in C++ is that if you have default parameters defined in your function, you can't have parameters without default values after it. So that means I have to give description a default value. And that means I'm going to have to give it a translation value. Something that can be translated. I could say none. It's going to do it based on like something that already exists. I'm just going to say none for the default value. Because that'll translate. That's just mainly for me. And this is fine. Yeah, that's good. Center conflicts with the previous declaration. Fuck, why? It's a completely different enum. That's so dumb. You know what? I'm going to just change this to position. And I'm going to say top, center, bottom, left, and right. And then for every one of these, we're going to say position. I don't know if position's too obvious, like too plain of a word too, because I don't know that if that actually has some other meaning. It might not be a smart variable name, but let's just give it a shot. Save that, and then the forge, gonna change it here. All right, so that is things cleaned up. Why is it still angry? I probably have to build default argument missing. Center conflicts, default argument. Yeah, so those will go away when we build here. Building up the tooltip. The info tip. It is different. We're getting into that Terraria music. Now we're gonna listen to some Akira. I expect all of these errors to disappear. Now we got our new error. Default argument given for parameter 5 of info tip. Parameter 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh shit. I also left in the default parameter values here in the constructor. That's a no-no. A lot of copying and pasting here. I did that yesterday. I'll take those out. You do it in the header. You do your default values, default parameter values in the header, but then you don't do it in the implementation. C++ just has a way of doing things. It's actually nice because then you don't have to repeat everything necessarily. C++ is really strange. I mean, the fact that like you have like your header where you have to you basically do an outline of the class and you do certain things to kind of construct it. But then the implementation is like the actual like formation of the class. And they work together. So it's like you have the template and then you like instantiate something on the template. And that whole separation is really just weird. Like I'd never used a language that has done this. It separates everything like that. And I don't know, I kind of like it. I like to be able to like look at the overview and stuff and like I work with it and I'm fine with it. But I'm also like, it kind of creates a mess in a sense because you're always like creating 2 files for every class. And so in that sense, it becomes a pain in the ass. But there are scenarios where they're basically just header files that don't have any implementation. Oh. Yeah, when I name replaced the info tip here, this needed to stay tooltip, I think. Tooltip backgrounds. So let's double check that name. Yeah, tooltip backgrounds. We are getting closer. My code base is getting like to the size where it takes a little bit longer to compile. And I tend to have the method of like, sometimes I'll write like 500 lines of code and then start testing. But then there's other times like this where I'll just write like 10 lines of code and test and just be making like little like visual adjustments. And so then it's like, it's times like that where you want to be like, if you're being really productive, you'll have something on the side that you can be preparing. So like in my case, it'd be like maybe some pixel art or something, but, or, you know, have like some other thing you can do while the code is compiling. But a lot of times I'll just be watching like a TV show or something and waiting for things to compile. And you just kind of like, when you get used to that compile cycle, you just kind of get used to like having to waste time to like wait for things to actually come together. And like, you know, sometimes I feel like I test too little, you know, too little changes. Like I'll just do like move something over a pixel and then recompile everything just to see that one pixel move. It's like, oh damn, that's not super efficient. Perhaps I should write another 1,000 lines of code before I start testing again. Well, I don't see it anywhere. Okay, so let's start running a breakpoints. So I'm gonna switch it to the little version here. We can drop some breakpoints here. I want to see if it's actually drawing this. So it is, and first things we can check is does the texture exist? Yep. So there's some goodies up in that memory. And let's look at the source. You know what the issue is here? It's being drawn on the... probably being drawn on the bottom. Let's see, where are we drawing it? No, I drew it on the top. Oh, I drew it on... that's the... okay, we need to draw it on top of the text draw. So let's close this. And we move it over to the text draw on the top of that one. And that's like the absolute top draw, the top layer. Oh, I guess we'll put it underneath the alert. This Debussy song is really quiet. I like Claire de Lune, but I think I'm gonna take that one off of my playlist because it's just really bad mastering. It's all so quiet. We gotta pick another song, another set of music. Could we vibe on some Castlevania? Let's see if we can vibe on some Castlevania. So it's going to be interesting when I complete this dev cycle and finish this game and I start working on the horror game. I'm thinking with the horror game, I want to be a little bit more... I think a little bit more secretive about it when I'm developing it, but I do want to still have game dev days. But I'm thinking I'm gonna start having other days too, where I'll be focused on other things. Like, so there it is, showed up. Oh, it even shows up with the tooltip shows up. Now we got to position it. So you can see a little tooltip in the corner there, the little question mark. So I just now have to like put in the code to like position it. So I'm thinking what I'm gonna do is have still game dev days where I'll be developing the horror game, and this is like next year, like this is way in the future. But like I'm gonna probably have days where I'm actually playing horror games, or even possibly watching like horror movies. That might be something I end up doing in like the Discord or something like that. But I want to try to like cultivate like a horror, like orient a viewership around the horror games a little bit, as well as keep the game dev going. So like I'll be developing the horror game, so it'll still be like have like the behind the scenes going on, but then be trying to like reach out to people that just like horror as entertainment and aren't necessarily game devs as well. So that way it'll hopefully have a deeper impact marketing wise for the horror game. And that way I'll have like less days that I'm doing the game dev live, and I can be a little bit more secretive about like what I'm building. But then again, I'm not sure that it really matters either way, because like I've been very publicly developing this game, and I still think people are like, they're like wondering what the game actually is, you know, like what it's all going to be when it comes together. It still has like ways to go. But pretty soon it's going to be like, it's going to make a lot of sense. Like it's all going to be fully together and be in its refinement stage. And then we have the expansion stage as well. All right, so now we have to add in the logic to actually position the tooltip. And we loaded in knowing where it should be. And so when we create, I think when we, don't we do that? When we run, not that, it's this. So this, is it the direct? That needs to be positioned. Oh, here it is. Do I have a width on it yet here? I guess I can already kind of theorize where it goes. So we're going to look here if okay, so we're gonna say origin X minus so when we update the text, we should have the information already. Okay, so on the desk object here, so we'll be able to go direct width minus margin times 2. And then we will have to also minus I can also do another margin. How much is the margin? I think it's 8. Oh, it's 12. That's a lot. I'm actually just going to say 6. If H position equals position center, then we will say X minus utility split on the width. Oh, wait a second. We got to add in that other stuff. So we got to add in the margin stuff. Else, if it's to the right, then it's going to be X plus 6. And now we need to do the vertical position. The vertical position equals position top I started with, oh yeah, I do. Okay, so it's double text bottom margin. And okay, so then we're gonna say the Y minus desk ttm dot disrect dot h minus text bottom margin times 2 minus that 6 margin. Else if V position equals center, so it'll be Y position divided by height and this margin times 2. And then the last one, which is else if position is bottom. This one's actually going to be pretty simple. It's going to be plus 6. I don't think I'm going to be fully vetting this right now. I'll just like fix it as I like use them. And if I never use like the other directions, and it might be broken, I don't care. I'm only going to like worry about what I'm using. But it's good to have like a basis for the future. Oh God, it's too intense. I want to hear Pillars of Eternity instead. Oh God. Hope you guys are having a good start to your weekend. Oh. Yeah, again, I apologize for, I keep skipping the Wednesday streams, but my reason is mainly because I'm just coughing all the time, and I'm trying to give my like lungs a break so that they heal faster. And I'm so sick of like having to like mute and cough constantly. And but I wanted to keep streaming, you know. So it's just annoying that like my sickness is like lingering. The damage is done. So yeah, I'm sorry for like the volatility and all my absence lately. But as I regain my strength and my cough goes away, I'll try to come into a more steady schedule. We need more margin. Ooh, look at that right margin there. That's kind of like a mega margin. You know what? Let's do a left center. But let's fix that one first. So that is position left. The right side margin was not so great. So it does seem like the width is fixed. And I would like it to be a little bit more dynamic. So these are the corners. And we don't need to adjust the Y. I don't think. Maybe they're not the corners anymore. So I should be able to do width equals let's see what that gets us. I'm trying to like bring in the right side of the I need to actually be adding in the margin as well. So hopefully this will be like too compressed. Need to stand up, get some blood flow. Oh boy. Build, damn you, build. Build, Bo Baggins. It's all kind of fucked up. Chris with the good vibes. Thank you for the good vibes. Happy weekend. How do you do? Happy weekend and good night. Mic drop. What a legend. What a legend. All right, so let's take a look here. Oh, looks a little bit better. Still a little shitty. Where's... Oh, we gotta add the 3, don't we? Do we? The fudge? Let's see margin. I don't know why I'd be subtracting 6 from this. 6. How much is that margin? Margin's 12. Margin's 12. And this doesn't get modified anywhere else, so it's got to be there. Just comes in with the 0, 0. Oh, it's the bottom left corner and the top right corner. Right. Okay, so let's abort that. And so that means you wouldn't need the negative. You could be 3. And if you're the bottom corner, then you're just that. And then you... See this? I don't know why the top right corner is not showing. Let's just give that a shot. Yeah, I'm streaming at really weird times. I don't even necessarily feel like I want to stream super long today. But I'm really trying to get some like concrete things done. We already got the game over screen implemented, and that's actually a relief. Tightening up this info tip is good. And did I even do anything? Yeah, like the other things I did today was like opening up a lot of like the enemy sounds and some of the arcana sounds, and I was like editing some of the sounds like volume wise. I was bringing the volumes up in a lot of cases. I was like afraid that like certain sounds would be too repetitive and possibly annoying if they were like, you know, too repetitive. But I realized that when I put in the settings, I'm definitely going to put in an option where people can set the volumes of like the different things. So it's like enemy sounds or arcana sounds, music, you know, volume, so that you can like set those volumes to whatever you want them to be. So if you're going to have that customization, then you definitely want to be able to set like basically the max volume of things, you know, like what is your ceiling? And so you want to hit the ceiling and then put in the option to just kind of mix it later for people. And so I was going back and there was like basically a lot of sounds that I had like mixed out of existence. I made them too quiet. So I was bringing that back. Maybe basing off of the direct X is like sending it into oblivion. What about these other things though? What did you not properly destroy? Oh boy. Something's mislabeled or something. So I'm not drawing those top corners anymore. So I was like basically basing it on a fixed width, no longer making it a dynamic width. So then I didn't have to draw it that way. But now I do. So the way that I'm gonna do that, I could go to that other technique, or let's see, for the right corner, we're saying 219. So then all we have to do is change the source and then the width. So we'll create, so this will be top, left background, bottom, left. So change the source on that, right? change the way this works a little bit. Fresh water, what's going on? Excuse my coughing. Hello. How'd your stream go?
Come on.
Happy weekend. Midnight, what's going on? Hello. Hello. Midnight, thanks for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Stream went great, but you're big exhausted. Hey, go take care of yourself. Thank you for the lurk, yeah, and for the raid. Really appreciate it. Hope you have a good weekend, and hope your projects are going smoothly. You're having productive days. Go, take care of yourself. Right now, I'm making a tooltip. Calling it the info tip. What are we making in C++ self-built engine? Yes, Rook, I am developing my own engine here in C++, and I'm utilizing SDL2. Here I can show you the game. So there's a few parts of the game, and I'm currently working on the Deck Forge, which is like basically a card shop where you can buy cards and add them into your deck. And I'm working on this little tooltip right here. And yeah, I built all this from scratch. No game engine, just my own game engine. And so that's like the card shop. And here is, what was the commands? Oh yeah, so here is the here's like the mini map between levels. And so you like go around as like this little like spirit. And this isn't fully finished. There's gonna be like more animated stuff here and stuff. But basically you go to like the level that you want to play, and you can pick like the difficulty and the game mode, which I don't have set up yet. And then you like click to go to the level. And then here's the level. So it's not all connected yet. I'm just like still doing all the individual parts. Rook, thanks for the prime. And so it's a deck builder tower defense.
Subscribed.
That art animation is amazing. Yeah, I also did all of the pixel art in A-Sprite. And so yeah, it's a deck builder. So you're dealt cards, and then enemies come from the left and right. And you take your cards and you drop them on the nodes on the tree to like build up your defenses. And it's really lagging right now because I didn't close down the other screen. Let's load that again. I'm still like putting together all the infrastructure. So like it's a little bit raw right now in regards to how they interconnect. And I was like running the minimap on top of the level, and I think that caused an issue that normally will not happen. So here, let me restart it. So imagine, you know, we went to the minimap. Here, I'll play the level a little bit. So it's still coming together. And so you build up these defenses, and every so often you're dealt a card from the deck that you've built up to that point. That's the deck builder part. So like it's gonna be a roguelike run, and basically this first level is only gonna be like 5 waves, and so you have to like kill. It won't actually be like this amount of enemies. Oh shit, where is he? Oh no! Oh my god, he's so powerful. That like a lot of these enemies are actually going to come later in the run, and so like you'll do like 5 waves, and then when you're done, you're gonna have earned some gold, and then you take that gold into the deck forge where you that card shop, and you start building up more cards into your deck, getting more powers, getting more powerful as more powerful enemies start to attack you. So you come back and then you do like another 10 waves, and yeah. So that's like an AoE card, big special card. They're a little more expensive, but they do more, you know, AoE damage. What do you play as? Yeah, you're the tree. And there actually will be an Ent Arcana. So there will be a little bit of Ent, but the main tree just stays as the tree. It's like the tower that you're protecting. Because he is the source of like a barrier that protects the forest, like a magical barrier, and they have to kill him to like gain access to the forest. Oh my god, another one. So anyways, like pretend like we did 5 waves, okay? And so like, and then there was a victory screen, which I haven't built yet. And so then you'll get a screen that you choose whether or not you are gonna rest or go to the deck forge. And let's say like we wanted to go to the deck forge. And so like now we have like the gold we earned from that level, and we're like, all right, so now I'm going to buy more cards to add into my deck. So I still have to build this functionality, but in the level, you'll like run out of your cards, basically. And when Arcana are destroyed, the things that actually build into something, that'll get put back into your deck. So there'll be a little bit of recycling, but in the first levels, you can potentially run out of cards, but it's going to be like a short level. So like you earn gold, and then you're using that gold to like add cards to your deck, and when you like say you've maxed out at 14 cards, then you start adding deck slots, like card slots. Come on. And then you can like add additional things, you know, add additional cards. And once you actually bought a card, like it doesn't cost you, like you can add as many copies of the card into the deck as you want, as long as you have like a card slot for it. But once you've purchased a card, you can also buy an upgrade for the card. And when you upgrade the card itself becomes like more powerful. And I have not implemented that yet either, just other than like starting it here in the deck forge. And so like as you play through the roguelike run, there's like the 10 levels you got to get through, each with varying amounts of waves, like increasing amounts of waves. You're building up your deck as you go. And so let's see, let's close the deck forge. We'll open the mini map. And so like this is like the whole run. You got to get through like all these levels, and then you get to the end level where there'll be like a boss. And then when you beat that, you'll unlock more cards and get a little bit of loot. So that, and then also as you like beat each season, you'll unlock the other seasons on the wheel. So anyways, that's kind of like the basis for the game. It's meant to be kind of like a smaller game, you know, so that I'm not like developing it for my entire life, but it's still taking quite a long time. Cards look great. Thank you, man. Love the art. Rook, thanks for the follow. So that's the deck builder in essence, and here's the Steam page if you want to check out the current trailer. That doesn't really show like all these other screens yet, because it's still like work in progress. But we'll have a demo up hopefully by the end of the month, and all this stuff will be like figured out. But yeah, thanks for that, Prime. And let's see, where were we? So we're bringing together that tooltip and so we'll do like the four corners. I think that'll be probably the best look or best construction for this. So this one, so we'll get the bottom left. And so this one will be on 3. This will be on 3. And this will be... They all gotta be -3. So we change this all to 219. 219. But that doesn't really matter. That's gonna get changed. Was it? 197. Right. So if it's a bottom one. Needs to be on the Y, needs to be on the 3. These need to be on the 3 on the X. So that's top, bottom. Yeah, so let's see. Yeah, we're just like, I'm like inching my way towards a finished product here. And yeah, it's definitely an undertaking. But it's happening. Just taking a while. Been working on it for about 1.5 years, and hoping to have it done in the next like 6 months, because there's just so much art I gotta still produce, and right now it's like getting that rest of that infrastructure for the game in. So it's gonna be JS, thanks for the follow. Welcome. It's a big old mission. We're getting there. This is going to be based off of the... We'll do this. Yeah. And then use that for half width on this side. Be on the X, top half. And this is that bottom half width. That's going to be half width there and half width there, so... So now we got to do the old bottom, or actually the right side specifically, top and bottom for the right side. Its X position will be that plus half width on the disc direct. It means we're gonna have to modify the X on this one, so it'll be 222 minus half width, like that. Okay, do the same thing here. And then we got to add the X as well on the district. And that should be all the corners. So then we just have to add it to the draw function where it's all being put together. So these two guys, we duplicate, and then we do boom, meow, 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 and bam. And so now it should be more fitted and cool. So let's do a little play or build and see what we get. All for a little info tooltip. These tooltips are going to be really useful though for people like first playing the game. They just like will roll over the little check marks and be like, so that's what that does. And then they can like ignore them. I might even put like an option in the settings to hide them. But they're pretty like, pretty well hidden. I was also going to make it so that like in some areas they only show up when you hover. So that way you're, don't have to just sit there and look at the little question marks all the time. Only when you need them. What have you got? Look at how sexy that looks. Does seem a little long on the right side still. It generally looks pretty good. So we got a 11 pixel on the left and a 20 pixel on the right. And this is doubled up. We've got to think of it in half, in terms of half. So if we want it to be 6. I think I'm going to decrease this margin by a bit and then let's take a look. Okay, so when we update the tip, it starts with, oh, it starts with that margin on top, not the 6. Right, so we don't need this text margin then. Okay, so it's just being, it's like being miscalculated a little bit here because it's still based on the old class, the tooltip class, not the, now that it is the info tip, it needs a little bit of different structuring. So here, I was giving the margin times 2. I'm gonna like use the margin instead. Of the 6, so that'll double that to 12. And then we come down to this. So yeah, we don't care about that. We're not adding anything. At least right now, we're not. When we update text, how is it handling the sizing on the width? So aren't I breaking it up into individual lines? Text width -2, text width plus. So we're not going to need to add that text margin anymore. I don't think. That's if it's add height. Am I adding? I don't need to add height. Right? Or do I? Actually, I think I do. Yeah, defaults to adding that height. The height is actually pretty fine, but so here it's giving a fixed size of 150, which I wanted to reduce to 140. See if it tightens it up a little bit. I really want to push that U to the second line. I don't want to like curate it just to this tooltip too much, but it's really annoying me. All right, so it does the texture, and then it just like tracks the actual size of the texture. What about the leading? What was the apply leading function? Am I using that at all? So you're doing what? Oh shit. So you should be 140. That wasn't increased, was it? Oh no, that was just using a different technique. And just tightening up the leading. Let's see what else you got. 80% of the widest. This is probably where it gets a little bit weird. All right. Let's just see how this looks. Messed with the margins a little bit. Messed with some of the text wrapping. And I think like after I finish up this tooltip, I probably will call it a day. Just take it easy, because like with my sleep schedule, normally, right, I'd be like starting to stream in like a couple of hours. That's when I would start, and then I would go all night. But now it's like I'm starting to go to bed at that time. But I am still pushing my schedule, but I'm like, since I'm doing these really long days, like waking up, I don't know, at like 5 in the morning and then going to bed at like midnight or something. At least right now. And like now it's like it's gonna get like progressively later. I don't want to like push it too much because I don't want to get like sick again. So I'm just gonna like not do massive streams until I am like fully healed. Because as much as I hate to admit it, like I have like residual stuff, you know, sickness left. All right, so I do got to add that height back in, but the right margin definitely looks better. And we should definitely make it like 155. So we'll add that margin back in. So everywhere it says 140, we'll change to 150. And maybe it was on update text where it was adding that text bottom plus text bottom. So that should be good. So what I'm trying to do is like make it dynamic, and so if it has like a particular width to it or whatever, the tooltip just kind of like cleanly frames the text. And all I really did was like shrink it. But I did make it so that if it's like for whatever reason like a little bit thinner than like the 140, I think it'll like adapt. Well, now like 150. But even though it's been kind of a short stream, it's actually been really productive. I'm so happy that I've been able to be back to like my productive self and just be like moving forward again, making a lot of strides. So like what I'm going to be working on, I'm like jumping around, working on all kinds of stuff, but probably the next day or so, I'm going to be focused on getting the logic into the code that helps with the dealing with the cards. So like your cards run out basically, because right now when you run out of cards, the game just crashes. So I need to make it like, first of all, not crash, but then acclimate to what's going on. Maybe should have a little bit more. See, the right side still looks a little bit fat. So is it just adding that 150? Instead of that, let's just add the margin. And since I'm not doing the title right now, we'll just do this. And let's see where we're adding the 150. What are we doing? So here it's like trying to wrap it with around the 150. And So then why am I basing this off of that? Maybe it should be based off of the widest line, not 150. Make it beautiful. Make it adaptive. Oh wait, I didn't save it. There we go. Mio male. What a day to be alive. I was watching this making of documentary about Army of Darkness, which is the third installment of Evil Dead, the Evil Dead series with Bruce Campbell, and it was really inspiring. I mean, when they created Army of Darkness, it's funny how like kind of off the rails it was, because like they were doing, it was like the last horror film that was truly all practical effects, you know, where they actually like made puppets, like all the skeletons were actual like, you know, puppetry. They did a lot of like horror makeup, like big masks and stuff like that. There was no digital stuff, not really. And it was like the last like basically analog horror film before everything just went digital. And there's a beauty to that, you know, like there's some imperfections about it, but like it kind of gives it this like graininess and this I don't know, like good energy. It's one of my favorite Evil Deads for sure. And it's just kind of funny the way they talked about it. They're like, the studio refused to actually call it like Evil Dead 3. Like, why did they have to call it Army of Darkness? And Bruce Campbell was like, that didn't make any sense to him whatsoever. And I actually learned that they had like an alternative ending where Bruce Campbell takes, in order to get back to the future, he takes like this magic drops or something, some potion to make him sleep for a long time. And so he takes like 6 drops of this potion, and then he wakes up, but he slept like too long. And oh, that's nice. That looks really good. So like the margin everywhere is like really nice. I kind of want a wider margin on the left and the right. A little extra sass on the left or the right, or make the text margin less. So he wakes up like, and this is like the alternate ending in this like dystopian future. So he slept too long and the evil like took over the world, and he like wakes up in England, and it's like Big Ben is like, you know, like the Big Ben Tower, and like the whole, it's like London all like busted up and dystopian, and he's just like, oh, I slept for too long. And when they took it to play test it with audiences, everyone consistently said like, the ending sucks, like it's just too sad, or like whatever. And Bruce Campbell was kind of like bitter about it, because like they had this plan that they would like Ash would be in the future, and he would like get an army of robots to fight against the Deadites. Which sounds like really funny, especially considering how like low tech their special effects were. Like that would have just been a mess. But like nowadays, I'm sure it'd be like doable. But it's like, it's funny to think like a really technical, like robotic Evil Dead style. You know, I don't know. So they went back and reshot it with where Bruce Campbell just ends up at like S-Mart, you know, and he like has that one Deadite that comes back to him in the future, and he like you know, just has that like Hollywood ending where it's all happy and like heroic and stuff. God, what was that ending song that they played? Yeah, this was the song. Ash has done it again. It was their happy ending. I always really liked the ending. Like, I just thought it was a fun... Like, I never took any of the Evil Dead movies, like, really seriously at all. They were just fun films. So I'm going to do a side margin that is a little bit more. We'll just say 14. Hopefully it'll bring it together. We went right to ads right when I was playing the song, so I'm going to start it over. So it's like that heroic song that was like playing right at the end of Army of Darkness. So they like reshot the ending. When they were reshooting it too, Bruce Campbell was like, he was just over it at that point. Because making Army of Darkness was like straight torture. Because like everything was really low tech and really grueling. And he's like, believes he had the hardest shoot of any movie of all time. He also said that it was his first and last full studio film. And it was like $11 million budget. And I think it, or I guess they said it cost 13 and it made 13 million. So it was basically it bombed. But I think people love Army of Darkness, and it still holds up. But watching like the making of, it just made me want to like really watch it and like appreciate it for the craziness that it was. And it really made me think about like the times we live in now, you know, with everything shifting into automation and AI and all this stuff. Just like then, you know, they were like the last movie that did practical effects in their movie. And then everything after that just became like CGI and green screening. And I feel like we're on the cusp of that happening. Like a lot of things kind of like getting more digitized and more like automated and stuff. And I just think there's like a charm and a beauty to like things that are just made like handcrafted. And it's definitely how I make my game. I'm like making my engine from scratch. I do all the art like myself, and it's very little like automated stuff, you know, like it's all me basically. And it's a really grueling, slow process, but I feel like I'm a dying breed, you know, like it's going to get more into like vibe coding, and like, it's just interesting to be like part of this era, because things keep changing so quickly. All right, so I don't know if there's anything left for the side margin. What about this? Factored that in on the width. So this weekend I'm probably going to be watching Army of Darkness. I might do a full like watch through of like the whole series, but I might just jump to Army of Darkness. So it's like Evil Dead 2, Evil Dead 1 and Evil Dead 2 are basically the same movie. They just like remade it better, you know? And so that's just like a straight horror film. And then Army of Darkness is like an adventure film. It's not exactly horror. But like the Ash versus Evil Dead like TV series, I think was like I've been trying to rewatch it, and it's, I don't know, like I don't think it holds up too well. It's not the best. I remember when it first came out, I was really stoked with it, but like rewatching it, I'm like, eh. I'm glad they did it. It's fun to have like additional lore and stuff, but I feel like the charm died with Army of Darkness, you know, when they truly like gave it everything they had. But that is my Evil Dead talk for the day. There's actually a really impressive Evil Dead pixel art game that's like a side scroller where you're like jumping between dimensions, like the demon dimension and the, you know, present day dimension. And I kind of want to play it. I love like contemporary games that like go all out on pixel art, because it's just such a beautiful approach to a game. Kind of has like a timeless classic feel, despite there being like, you know, many schools of people who are like, they won't even touch pixel art. Like a pixel art game has to be 3D, has to be first person. I think we're good to go. Let's build this out. This might be it for me. If this looks good, then I'll be starting to look for someone to raid. All right, fingers crossed. All I'm hoping for here is the side margins are a little bit wider, and that's it. And everything like adjusts to it. This will be a nice little addition because it'll be easy to like just plop like little tutorial points everywhere, you know? And it won't be like littered everywhere. It'll just be like where I feel like like this little gold button. I didn't specify like how much gold you're actually spending. You know, it's just a plus button for your slots. And so it's like, oh, I'll just push the button. So this is like, the tooltip is mainly there just to like, You know, it looks good, except I want to reduce. Now I want to reduce that top margin and move it to a left or a center position. But anyways, I kind of. It's just funny, like I did not make that like an obvious button. So I'm thinking the deck forge is going to be maybe hard to understand a little bit. And that's why I'm doing this, why I got the info tooltip, mainly to cover my ass for my like, well, really the deck forge was tricky because like I have, it's like pixel art. So it's a really small canvas and I only have so much space, and the cards themselves, in order to avoid making the art at different sizes, I had to like basically use the same card size everywhere. And I have two card sizes. There's like a small card, like a mini version of the card, and then like a big one. So I'm already having to do each card twice. But I designed it actually so that I don't have to do the small card. I just like did some trickery with the rendering. So that way it's renders the big one as like two different sizes. So that way I don't have to do double. So I'm just doing whatever I can to avoid doubling up on the art because there's already so much. All right, so I'm going to do, instead of the bottom here, we're going to do a center left and see how that looks. I'll probably end up in the future potentially like adding a check on whether or not the tooltip panel is like above the, you know, bleeding off the edge, just in case, because like when I do the translations, they might be like longer, but I'm probably not going to do that now until it's a problem. I feel like you need to pick your battles, you know? Not just try to be like predictive of everything. Just wait until something's actually an issue before you fix it. When there's like too much to get done. I don't have time. There's never any time for anything. Building. Oh wow, that's not center at all. So now that I changed, let's see, update tooltip on the Y, the V position, if it's center, then it says Y minus . Didn't I? This height is based on the dist H. So that's what I probably should be doing for this instead of the, yeah. And Or this is probably it. Oh yeah. What a day. Good stream. So I added that one tooltip. That's a check off my to-do list. Let's see what else I got. Ooh, I did that. And I did that. Nothing like being able to check off stuff off your list. Ah, but the to-dos never end. So after stream, I'm probably gonna put together a little bowl of spaghetti. Kick back. On early today? Yeah, Glimex. I am a little too early. I'm about to go, actually. But I just wanted to stream today a little bit because I'm definitely going to be like asleep during my normal stream time. There we go. That is nicely centered now. That's a nice little info tooltip. Buy a gold slot for 25 gold. You can have up to 60 cards in your deck. I think I could even extend it. Let's extend it because I want it to break. I'm like curating it specifically to this this one, but you know, fuck it. I want it to look good. I'm usually your AFK 4 to 9 a.m. stream. I am, yeah, like I'm usually at that, like the normal time slot. I will come back to that time slot as I always do. I'm just day cycling right now. So like my sleep schedule is always progressively moving forward. And so yeah, it's like, it's just that time when I cycle through the day and do some daywalker streams, as I call them. So probably on Monday I'll be streaming a little bit into the evening, so you'll see me later in the day. Like I'll stream past this point, but I won't go as late as I normally do. But yeah, it's good to see you, man. I know my like viewership is like typically like during my nighttime, you know. But I'm always striving to like stream Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. The past few weeks I haven't been streaming Wednesdays consistently, but I'm gonna try to get back to it as soon as my voice heals and I'm not coughing as much. Wallaber, thank you for the follow. Welcome. All right, let's see this build. Give me the build. I want to know if it looks right. So I just expanded the width a little bit. Yeah, because I just wanted the gold to be on like one line. It's arbitrary a little bit because like I don't know how it's going to look for other languages, you know? How it's going to break for them. So I just have to kind of like just live with it. Because I'm not going to do like a custom line breakage. I just kind of center everything around English and hope for the best for the other languages. But yeah, there you go. First info tooltip. So that's like at least a way that I can kind of inform people of like what things do, so that there's like a help tips, you know. So if people feel lost, they can like look at those and learn things about the game. Basically, they're gonna have to look at them if they want to understand the game. I'm gonna add one by the little like when you hover over this, like the 2 on the card, it'll tell you what that's about. And then also when you hover over the stars, it'll tell you what the upgrades are about. And that's probably all that'll be on this screen. But yeah, that's it for me. That is the task completed. I usually don't start a task unless I intend to finish it. Let's see, we added the game over screen, and well, we just started it. It's not fully in, but then we also oh, you know what? I also need to delete the so let's see, in the we got the victory banner. Oh yeah, the victory banner's like a big old animation. And that's just the victory banner by itself, which I don't think I need, so I'm going to delete that asset. At some point I need to like prune my like images and assets and stuff, because there's definitely some stuff in there that's I'm not using anymore. Just a humble 299 insertions. Oi. Well, that's it for me. I'm gonna raid out. There is a very talented pixel artist who's live right now. Who I usually don't have the ability to raid them because I start like way after, and they usually raid me. So we're gonna go raid Whitechapel. He's working on this like dystopian, like plague pixel art game. Like he has a lot of characters with like those plague masks and stuff. It's pretty dope. He's really good at, and like has a really like fluid animation and stuff. So it's very, he's always like really positive, good vibes. But here, before we start the raid, we got to do our goodbye song. Which is this little tune from Cowboy Bebop. Let's start it up. Guys, thank you for watching. Thank you for hanging out. I hope you have a wonderful weekend. Don't forget to watch Army of Darkness after I inspired you with all of my Army of Darkness talk. It kicks ass. It's a great film. I'll be back on Monday, most likely for sure. And I need to get back on doing shorts on my YouTube channel. I really slacked on that. I mean, I've been sick. I haven't been able to do anything, but I really need to pick that up again. And yeah, just continuing making progress on the game every day. Laying bricks, brick by brick. Line of code by line of code. That's how it's done. And one day, it'll come together. We'll have a demo, get playtesting, fix it more, add more levels, and then release it to the world. It's going to be good. Well, don't forget to take care of yourself this weekend. Sleep, rest, and enjoy your life. I'll see you guys on the other side. Bye.